Okay. Double checking. Okay. Yeah, looks like it's working. I'm trying multi-streaming to YouTube. So I'm actually hitting YouTube twice now. So I've got one stream that's in a vertical orientation, if you happen to be watching in that way, and one stream in a horizontal orientation. But I'll play Flicker Strike. It is I think I started a character once and never got to actually playing Flicker Strike. So I'm following a build, which I actually need to let's see here, export into my build. Hey, how's it going? Good afternoon. Welcome to both of you. Gonna do act tracker. We're going to go to 3. Restart. Let's just delete this one. Load the default guide, import, and call this Flicker. So I actually know which are which. Helping Alira for resist sounds good. Create a character. Oh yeah. I've used Craft Exile a little bit, but not a whole lot. So, but
The dead should remember their place.
no, I didn't hit start. Oh, I gotta reset the time. I'm gonna try to time this. Come on.
I live to see another dawn. You finally got the big one.
I thought I had. There it is. My tabula.
God hasn't abandoned.
There's an eye. Fine work with.
Put ground slam on. See what other uniques I can throw on quick. Do I really not have any rings to put on either? Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so skills for Act 1, ground slam, ruthless, chance to bleed, gash and sniper's mark.
Hail, Godslayer.
Prismatic burst will probably be okay. What else did I want? Gash and sniper's mark, which I'll get dash from a quest. And let's just gamble for items and grab a two-handed mace.
It's not nothing.
Wait, did I already? No, I bought a new ruthless. Don't need that either.
I'd consider that a win. Farewell.
Okay. I'm gonna go with that. See how fast I can go.
I am surrounded by living corpses and dying Oriathans.
Gotta double check that my stream chat. Hey, how's it going? My stream chat from my YouTube isn't coming over to the other chat, so I'm gonna have to keep an eye on that separate. But I've got that pulled up now too. Can I just pop this out? Oh, gotta. Whoa. No, stop. Pause. Pop out chat. How do I pop out chat? There we go. I'll figure out how to get them so I can see it a little bit better later. What's the name of this game? This is Path of Exile. It is free to play. I'm currently not using anything that you can't get for absolutely free. Its monetization is completely cosmetics, except for stash tabs, which you don't really need till you get to endgame. And by then, you'll have decided whether it's worth spending the about $15 to $20 to get a couple of premium stash tabs to make your life a bit easier. Until then, you can play completely free to play. And it is my favorite game. And I'm streaming to vertical for the first time. So hopefully that's working pretty well. If you haven't played Path of Exile before, my general recommendation is to look up and follow a build guide. But if that doesn't sound like fun to you, the most important thing is to do something that play it in a way that's fun to you. So.
Dominus wanted me to die here. I will disappoint him.
I'm trying to go through it relatively quick. And so I'm here at the bare minimum level to be in this area, which means these guys are a little bit more dangerous than they normally would be. But lucky for me, I'm not playing on hardcore because hardcore is... Come on, leave me alone. Stop stunning me. I don't like losing all my progress if I die. So hardcore is a bit much for me. I wonder if both YouTube chats are coming through. Okay, now it's actually coming through, so I can see the chats properly from both both chats, so that's good. Although it's weird that it showing up differently, but that's fine. This is not a league start. Don't do the optionals. Movement speed. Oh yeah, I need to take movement flasks. We're just gonna grab 2 movement flasks.
Mm-hmm. Goodbye.
Yep, I need more decks. Yeah. Oh, I also need to grab some scrolls. Okay. Now I'm actually ready. Has to be this way. Oh, okay. Well, I was being dumb. Yeah, Path of Exile has some complexity to it, and the first time you see it, it can be a little misleading. There's so many things to it, but you get introduced to things relatively slowly and take things one step at a time, and you'll be just fine. So, the depth of the game is the main thing it has over Path of Exile 2. Even though Path of Exile 2 is a newer game, this has so much depth to it, it makes for a much more entertaining game to play, in my opinion. And then there's a huge community behind it that makes it so that anything that has complexity to the game, you can find a way to make it less complex by watching a how-to video or following a guide or whatever. If you want it to be less complex, you can figure out a way to do it. I like PoE 2. It has its merits. It will get better, and I see the potential it has. The problem is, it's just in early access, and it had a lot of expectations considering how long it's been publicly under development. A lot of games are under development for longer, but are doing so kind of behind the scenes, so you don't realize how long it's been in development. So I think there are some not great expectations.
Pains of kayaks in special straight beneath me. Oh, she stayed in Trothus. Draw your last breath.
Yeah, and the best thing about PoE 2 is that they get to try things, and if they work well and feel like they would work with PoE 1, so many more things, like pausing when you're in an area in situation where it can pause the game. Bringing that to PoE 1 was great. It would never have come to PoE 1 without PoE 2. Along with the currency market, that would never have been a thing if PoE 2 didn't feel like it needed to do it different. And then once they did it different, they realized that it could work and brought it to PoE 1. So, I used to say that Diablo 4 is the best thing to happen to Path of Exile, but I now think PoE 2 is the best thing to happen to Path of Exile. Oh. I'm not sure what you mean, regular engineers. The Path of Exile developers? I think they just have a different process. Being able to come out with such big leagues every, well, it's been a while for this last one, but now that they're back on track and getting and committed to doing things better, okay, I need a better health potion. And I need to put some more of these points in. You know, I've done plenty of programming myself, and while I do agree that they're stellar developers, I don't think they're doing anything crazy. But they're just really committed, and they've got a really good team leading it, keeping everybody on task and pushing things forward. They lost track of that for a little while, and that's why everything kind of fell behind. But now they're back on track, and seems like I'm gonna give them the benefit of the doubt that they're back on track and back to their old selves again. And instead of every 3 months, they're doing every 4 months for leagues, but they're doing it for 2 games, which makes a lot of sense. I'm gonna be playing both games, so that means every 2 months I'll be having a fresh game to play, which is great. And I have all the confidence in the world that they're going to be able to keep it up. No, I'm supposed to go back to lines I watch.
The tale of goodbye.
There's a fine. I've traveled.
Yeah. Don't try to be original. They're not developing some new crazy unheard of tech, but they're just being very consistent about it. And then very quick at resolving issues when they do pop up, because they will pop up. That's normal. It happens. Like the server issues. I don't like, people couldn't get into the game. That's pretty bad. But honestly, under 2 hours to have the issue determined what it is and fixed, is pretty good. Like, yes, it would have been nice if they didn't have issues, but you cannot foresee everything. It's not possible. You're gonna make mistakes. Things are gonna happen. It's nobody's fault. And I think they handled it well and got things back up and running. And then they've made the great decision of running the race again at a later date, so that the people who couldn't get in have a legitimate chance to win some race prizes. And so, but they didn't say, okay, this race is null and void, because that's not fair to the people who could get in, because they were giving it their all, doing everything they could. They might have gotten some really cool, like, oh yeah, I got a early unique, this is going to really push me ahead, and then all of a sudden, oh, the race is invalid because other people couldn't get in, nothing to do with me. You know, I don't know. I think they made the right choice there. You know, it's not like it cost them anything to give a couple more people some cosmetics. I think grinding your games consistently makes good decisions. And that's why I keep coming back. That's not to say that every decision they've ever made is just automatically good. But anyway. Their average decision is significantly better than most other companies in similar situations, is my opinion. So, anyway. I think one of the major not great decisions that I'm not super happy with them about is when they stepped on Last Epoch's when their league launch was happening. That was kind of crappy, but I get why they did it, and it was a hard choice to make, and I think they made the wrong one. But I don't know that there was a right one in that situation, because there was going to be issues no matter what they did.
Break beneath me.
Oh yeah. Oh man. Yeah. What kind of game are you thinking of?
You sure you want to do this? Let fury take you.
Yeah. Yeah, I had an idea for a game, and I started writing it, but now I'm starting to think maybe it would be good as an action RPG. And I like action RPGs so much better than most other game types that I feel like it makes more sense for me to kind of pivot. Ah. So, one of the things that I thought would be really cool. I was playing Pantheon, which is an MMO. I'm not sure if you're familiar with Pantheon at all. Um, they're trying to be like old school EverQuest, but brought forward a little bit, but not World of Warcraft or different. It's still wants to feel like EverQuest. Anyway, they have a area there where the whole area is themed around psychosis. Um, like uh, hip, uh, I don't know, like spiders and stuff, and the poisons are like hallucinations and stuff. I forget what it's called. Um, and I thought it would be really cool for an MMO style like that if one of the abilities of one of the bosses in that area was an illusion where um when that goes off, everybody would see everybody else running away. In reality, nobody is. They're doing their own thing, but your screen would look like everybody's running away. So like everybody's like, "Ooh, something happened. We gotta back off. Everybody run." And because that game has like corpse runs and stuff, you're gonna be like, "Oh, if everyone's backing away, I should really back away." Um, so I don't have to try to go get my corpse again. Um,
About enough of this.
and so I thought that'd be pretty cool. Man, I need better flasks. Yeah, so everybody is there. The health of the boss is still dropping because everybody's still doing their DPS. The boss is still fighting the tank, but on your screen, it'll look like everyone else is running away. I don't know that I need prismatic burst. That's probably just making it more expensive. Flasks. Life flask. Yeah, we're gonna move these smalls to larges. And then we're going to see if I can get a nice big axe, because the axes do more damage.
Stay sharp out there.
God Slayer. Good.
Ah, you know what? My thing. Uh, my music thing. My computer was having issues earlier today, and a bunch of stuff crashed, and I got everything that started up again. But even though that's supposed to start back up, it looks like it didn't. So. Okay, it should be going now.
spirit
Oh.
is the plaything of the ancestors.
Oh,
slain
there's
by
another life sprig. There we go. It's working.
Marked for death.
Hinekora, mother of the dead, is this your land I walk upon?
It's an interesting cover.
You're on your own now.
Just what I needed. Hurry up and decide. I'll own you well. Die on your knees, pig. Beg for death! So the collar's on me now. Ha! Let's see.
Nice.
Just what I needed. Make your damn choice. Ah, you better run. Make your damn choice. Best me, or friend stuck my...
Please understand that as a gentleman of honor, it pains me greatly to do this. Hard times call for hard hearts. I'm sure, were the circumstances reversed, you'll do precisely the same.
How do we remember you, Fairgraves?
For some, Mervale dwells in the... If you must take your chances with the siren, then have this. It may be of some help.
You finally made your crit build,
Know that you don't have to
or
do
your
this.
build crit based with power
Tell Kira I'm
charges.
Getting used to having you around.
Oh, nice.
Fairgraves was a good man, a fine explorer. He opened...
Oh yeah. I think why are you
know what you're
not
doing.
coming with me?
All patched up.
You're not Kayakson, are you? I'd hate to have to be nice.
I don't remember what the Militant Faith Jewel does. Oh yeah, it's because it does so many different things. Minimum power? Oh, power charges instead of frenzy charges. It's funny that this slow attacking build is meant to eventually be Flicker Strike. Yeah, I remember that with the variants, the different numbers can give you different notables, but the keystones are always the same based on which. Yeah.
This is love's true face!
Not worth dying for. Your curses are
Clutch
the
level.
siren. Rest with Hinekora, mother of the dead.
Not that I haven't already died once, but reggae. I mean, it's all right.
All life is twisted in Rayclast.
It's another one of those genres that I don't necessarily dislike it, and every once in a while it's kind of nice, but most of the time I don't go out of my way to find it. So
Do try not to deliberate too long. On guard. This will hurt. You've earned it. That much.
my wife's gone for a few days, and she's going with my brother and some friends to a bluegrass festival, and I was like, no thanks, I'll stay home.
Fall before me.
Oh, I stopped the timer at some point and I never resumed it. Oh well. I don't remember stopping the timer. Apparently it's only 2 minutes in, so I'm at world record pace. I've been in the game for 3 minutes and I'm in Act 2. Yeah, honestly, at this point, I should just turn the timer off. Oh, pause timer and hideouts. It says it resumes when you leave. I don't know.
Fall before me.
Just miss everybody. Oh no, that's absolutely fine. I don't mind significant changes in music.
Eternal Empire was built by sickened minds.
So when Demon Slayer is DJing, we call it musical whiplash when you change so suddenly, and it is a common thing. It happens all the time. But when you're into so many styles of music, it's bound to happen. So every time I'm hearing techno and similar genres, I just always go back to Castles in the Sky. In my brain, that's the most that's my core techno song. And it's pretty good. I can see why you like it.
The ancestors watch over me. I'll return stronger and angrier.
Your flesh begs to be studied. Choice, after all, is part of the craft. This will be easier if you hold still. Such sweet suffering. Oh, such sweet suffering. Oh, you fight well. Together we can do extraordinary things.
Why'd you leave? Oh, because I remember a minion died in this map, so they have to leave. He'll be back in the next one. I need to turn on attack without moving. Ah, now that's a great song. Now, that brings me to another, not the same, but... did I grab the... Yeah. Not the same, but
I the
kind of related song. What about running up that hill?
A beast.
It's a
You and the road. I gave
not
you
the
every
same genre,
contact.
but
I
has a similar feel to it. And more gems.
Greetings.
I think it's Kate Hill does it originally. Um, but then Placebo also does it, and I think, in my opinion, Placebo is the better version. But there's a bunch of people who don't agree with me. So I'm sure you've heard the Kate Hill version. Especially if you watched Stranger Things. It was big on Stranger Things. Kate Bush, not Kate. I was saying the wrong thing. Um, I'm gonna put both songs in the queue. Oh, I'm going the wrong way.
This is not a challenge, but I welcome it nonetheless.
Oh, did I not go through the door? Yeah. So I'm pretty sure this is the original. I know Placebos is the cover. I'm pretty sure this is original. I know there's other versions of this song, not just these two. And this, to be fair, this is a really good song. I think Placebo just does it a little bit better.
Speak.
Hello, Layloken. How's it going?
You are.
Okay, next point. Alright, why are you not coming with me again?
Mind the mess. My once is never enough.
Right now we're exploring music. So almost everybody has heard Running Up That Hill by Kate Bush, and we're comparing it to Placebos, which will play next. Covers versus originals. I think personally Placebos is better, but they are both good songs. Oh, wrong way. Too many people. Don't blow up on me. Oh, you murdered my mercenary immediately. Okay. Placebo's version. Oh. Well, IRL stuff takes priority. I know how that goes.
Ones who tamed me, make a call. End of the line. Shattered bones. Take your trinket then. My freedom's
Is that going to be a DPS upgrade for me? I think so. Oh, it's only 3 sockets. I gotta move. Okay. Blood and sand can go in here. I've never tried Flicker Strike, so I'm giving that a try. Although it's going to be a while before I actually am able to use Flicker Strike, but I don't know what that means, so I don't know how to answer that. Flicker Strike is an ability that once I'm able to use it, you jump to the person to attack them, and it's a very quick attack. I will, as soon as I'm done with this boss here. Oh, my mercenary died again. Alright, boss down. I think I've got a Flicker Strike example I can pull up. So eventually, it will look like this. Oh no, that's him just running. There, Flicker Strike. See, bounce, 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 bounce. This is Path of Exile. It's a similar game to Diablo 4, but in my opinion, a better game.
Once is never.
Everybody, like, there's places for all of them, but that one in.
The spirit hunts with you. Be kind if you can.
Yeah, so the big difference between Diablo 4 and Path of Exile is Diablo 4's complexity all happens after you hit max level, and it hits you all at once with the Paragon board. Where Path of Exile's version of the Paragon board is its skill tree, which it hits you with all at once. It looks like a lot. There's a lot of little things here, but the main things you care about are these. They're called notables. They're the slightly bigger ones. Everything else are just travel nodes that are either skill points, strength, 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 or they're similar to the notables that they're nearby. One-handed melee damage, one-handed melee damage. So, you're not too worried about the little ones. You usually use the little ones to get to the big ones that you want. And then there are even bigger ones called keystones. Those are build changing ones. So you generally don't take those unless you know what you're doing and you really want to change your build. Like this one has a downside and upside. You get less life regeneration, less life recovery from leech, but energy shield recharge applies to life. So anything that gives you energy shield recharge also makes your life recharge. So that's kind of cool. But, you know, there's downsides, there's upsides. You have to build around those. And then the other thing is I'm playing a Marauder. I start here. The Duelist starts here. The Ranger starts here. The Shadow starts here. The Witch starts here, and the Templar starts here. So, and the Scion starts in the middle. So it's one tree for everything. So you only really need to know what's on the tree kind of one time. And most things that you care about for a Marauder are near the Marauder. If you really wanted to, you can come up here and grab like Chaos Inoculation, but it's going to take you a lot of points to get up there. So chances are you're never going to get that far away from your starting area. So you only really care about what's over here. This guy's strength, dex, int, and then these are the hybrids in between. So, and then in the middle is the everything. So it seems complicated. and it can be, but take it one step at a time, and it's just fine, and it makes it for my favorite action RPG. It's just so flexible. Uh-oh, why can't I use my attack? Skill can't be used. Why can't the skill be used? I was using it before. Two-handed mace. Oh, that close combat makes it so that this is, yeah, good call. Close combat adds another restriction, so if I want to use close combat, I need to switch to axes. Which I was using an axe before.
You sure you want to do this?
Your trouble.
Your death had more honor than your life, Creighton.
Ah, it's through agony.
You look soft, House Caton.
An infamous striker. What do you got for me? Warbreaker, don't care about that. You have decoy totem. Jeez. And you're better than my mercenary. So you're gonna replace my combatant.
Watch your back.
Or serve. Obey me. You win, I follow. Don't you mistake that for obedience.
Anything as far as like Path of Exile in general, or with the Exile UI? Tool feedback. I've shown a few people how to use it. The only thing that you know, the same thing that I have. I've heard other people say that they really like this passive tree overlay, and being able to keep that on once you're done with the act tracker, it would be nice. I don't know how you'd separate it out, but that's the only major thing I've heard. I plan to make another quick YouTube video about betrayal specifically, because there's some confusion around how to do the screen captures, and so I'm going to make a shorter video just showing how to make the screen captures, and how to verify that they're that the screen captures are there. So the betrayal stuff. You know, other than that, anybody who I've shown it to has been like, that tool's awesome. And if it had a price checker in it, it'd be the only tool I use for Path of Exile. But it's one of those things that it'd be hard to do anything better than the current price checkers do. So, you know, when is it worth doing versus you know, letting the other tools do the thing.
The king. That was almost.
The other feedback that I have would be, and I don't know if there's any way to do it. I thought there was a way to tell which character you're logged into, so you don't have to keep updating this. And then with that, you could, if you can tell what character is logged in the act tracker, even just automatically switch between them. Because I've got a couple characters that I play, and I have some that I'm still in the axe with a friend, you know, because I'm leveling it with a friend. And it might be nice to be able to, you know, keep that synced. And then having only 3, you know, if you do separate out the passive tree overlay, well, I've got like 6 characters. So having only 3 means I keep having to import my POB to put it back on. But I don't really mind that. That's not the end of the world. But POBs change anyway, so I might as well upgrade or import the newest one whenever I make the change. So it's really minor and not really a big deal.
There.
I also do a bit of software development. Normally I work with C#, but I'm sure I could figure out auto hotkey. So if you need assistance with anything, I'd be happy to help as well. That the only 3 guide slots is really a me thing, and the way I play the game. I'm sure I'm not the only one, but it's probably a minority, and so it should be really low on the priority list. But it is because of the way I play, and I like trying out a lot of characters, and then I don't want to, because every time you have to leave and redo it, then it's really nice because you can hold the right arrow to resync to wherever you are. And that's nice. But it's still like every time you switch characters, you have to remember to go in and, oh, well, I deleted this one, so. I should really write things down. And the thing that I would do, and I don't know how feasible, like, again, I'm a C# developer, not auto hotkey developer. But what I would do for the character, or the character slots or whatever, guide slots, would, default to having 1 showing and then have a plus, and then have it be an expandable list. So you could have really as many as you want, but I don't know if that breaks things. I don't know how auto hotkey handles that, but that's what I would try to do. I'm a big fan of dynamic stuff whenever I can do dynamic stuff. Oh, also, actually, I do have something that I think is broken. And I don't know if it's a me thing. Let's see if I can recreate it. Okay, so I have Enchant Fighter turned on, and I have the screen check for inventory working, and my understanding is that is the only thing that matters. And so I go in here and I go to my blight, and you hold alt and it does nothing, but it also doesn't give any feedback as to why it's doing nothing. And I used to be able to put these in my inventory and also do it there, so I'm not sure what changed. But I don't think it's ever worked in the new league. I didn't try it right away, so I wasn't sure. And the other thing is when the auto detection of the oils doesn't work, or the tab doesn't work, there's not like another key combination you can push to override and open the enchant finder anyway to manually enter things. And I would just add that some button you can push that when the detection isn't working for whatever reason, you can say, okay, if you hold, whatever, or an assignable hotkey that you can put on something that would trigger that UI, because that was very useful. I really enjoyed that UI, and I used it while I was preparing for the league. And then I was like, you know what? I wonder what enchants affect this ability. And I go to pull it up, and I couldn't. I'm like, oh, well. And so then I use Google searches instead, which isn't the end of the world. But, yeah, I don't know why it's not working for me.
Hold your tongue. I don't make your choice. And be quick about it.
You
Pains of
didn't
kayaks
have
in
the
specialty.
stomach for this.
Draw your last breath. I should have stayed in Travis.
All right. Yep. Have a good one. And again, you know, if you want any assistance with anything with the tool, I'd be happy to help. So just let me know.
Ancestors, forgive me. I have opened the way to Kitava, father of corruption.
I haven't done any yet this league. If you're talking like farming for currency, I usually do Blight and
I'm not to be trifled with.
see here, Blight and like strong boxes and stuff. But that's not usually the best farming method. It's just the one that I tend to do. I hear that Harbingers are very good because of the fact they drop raw currency, and unless the scarabs have gone up in price, you will always make your money, more than your money back, even solo, using Harbinger scarabs and stuff. So that's what I was planning on trying at some point, but I'm getting stuck starting new characters. Trying new things. I really should go back to my Bama build and just play a little bit longer on that one, get some more stuff. I'm really enjoying Bama, but I've never done Flicker Strike, and I've always wanted to. And maybe I will enjoy Flicker Strike just as much or more. Maybe I'll get there and be like, this isn't as fun as I thought it would be. I don't know.
ask Kyaxin send you. No? Then be gone. Let fury take you. Marked for death.
Oof. I'm gonna die. Okay. Can I wear anything yet? Uniques. Oh, thrill still. Give myself onslaught. That'll be good. Hmm. Yeah, okay, so and I'm trying to change a setting here. There.
Godslayer, good day.
Okay, so I need that. I need that. Okay, so we're gonna put the Herald.
Ah,
Oh, it changes both of them. Stone and sand, blood and flesh. Okay, I didn't know that that changed them both, so I guess I don't need that on the bar either then. Oh, did I take too long and my portal closed? Damn it. I don't know why. I probably don't need dash at all anymore with Leaf Slam. So much faster. Oh, I should grab those greaves.
I give this warrior
All right,
Kitara
sounds good.
to Kohama, my father of war. It is good to feel your
You're not
warmth
quite
again,
Exile, are you?
Ramako,
I'd hate to
father
have
of
to
light.
be nice. I don't mean to say. Draw your last breath.
Oh, I do so. Indecision is terrible.
I talked to you. I didn't mean to do that. So let's steal your 15% movement speed boots.
On guard. Be on your guard. You've earned it. That much I'll admit.
Marked for death.
You're simply too stupid to be realistic, aren't you, brute? Enough of this!
100%. She was dead.
I need. See you.
Tread carefully, Exile.
Tolman.
General Gravisius demands absolute obedience from his blackguards, meaning he's... Be well.
You are a welcome sight, daughter of Namakanui.
So I want auto exertion with intimidating cry.
Yes.
Be careful.
Since I'm in town, I'm just gonna run in and
You stand
hit that
before the
waypoint.
gates of the Lord's labyrinth. Within
You stain the ground with your
Oh.
Turn around.
Tardooi
I won't
slaves were once
ask
bought and
twice.
sold like pigs here.
Is it over now?
tongue.
The beetles.
Draw your last breath.
This is the eternal way, pretty and lifeless.
You don't stand a chance.
You and what is that? The cockroach. I like a dash. Goodbye.
Your body is the canvas, my blade, the brush.
You've forgotten your place, Karui slave. Let me remind you.
Let fury take you. You're on your own
I
now.
fought for God.
My gems and I'll make sure. What'll it be then? Start running! Right in the guts! Cold, innit? Loser pays up.
piety, you are truly Kitava's slave, a daughter of corruption.
I survive. Choose quickly. You die here. Shattered bones. Anything's better than serving house cake. How dare you apart!
You've done your ancestors proud, Karui. Now, here's your warrior's death. Damn you!
I will take everything Dominus loves, as he took it from me.
You are... You have Talakoda.
Piety's off.
The Gemling. You, piety. Goodbye, Exile.
Exile, Godslayer.
The Karui do not hide in towers built of fear.
By the ire of innocence, I denounce you!
I exiled an animal.
Submit, heretic!
Have you ever seen the true face of God, Exile?
Nightmare per the light of... I'll tear you apart!
This world is an illusion, Exile.
Hey, Demon Slayer, how's it going?
The Empire
You know, it finally has cooled off here, so
Bye.
seems like we've traded. Lots of rain,
I'm ready for
not miserably hot. Okay, that's a little bit worse than we had. I think we topped out at like 95 with high humidity.
This land has forgotten Kardawi's strength. I will remind it.
I don't know specifically what our humidity was at, but it was high. He definitely got us beat. Oh yeah?
The Eternals had no respect for
Is that what you're is that what you're calling your new mechanic? That was a bad joke.
You only get one first impression. Try not to ruin it.
your
Ooh, look at that.
I hear you, Kitava. I walk in your kingdom. And I
Purge valve for the brakes. So when you let off the brake pedal, they release quickly. We had 3 fail in 36 hours. And combine 100 years experience. You've never seen one fail before. I'm sure in the 100 years you've had 100-degree weather with 90% humidity before, so it's got to be a combination of things.
Kitava's belly rumbles. He is hungry.
You've got some rando who decided that those things need to be modified and modified a bunch of them on your trucks. That's my guess.
Fought together. I honor that friendship.
A dealership currently has 2 brand new trucks they're currently refusing to work on until engineers from Volvo headquarters come out and rewrite a better repair procedure. That's nice.
Think your God's watching? Then you're a greater fool than even
Wait, to work on the AC lines for the bunk cooler, you have to remove the entire cab from the chassis? That seems a bit excessive.
You will feast no longer, Kitava. The ancestors demand it.
And if you don't do it that way, then you lose any support from the manufacturer, I'm sure. And if working on trucks is anything like working in IT, the only thing worse than a device breaking down is a device breaking down while out of support. If the dealer says not to do it, I kind of would have to agree with them.
Ascend with precision.
Like, dealerships want to make money, and if they can't make, if they're willing to forgo making the more money for selling the newer model year, there's something. Oh, jeez, there's something really wrong. Usually means it'll cost them more in overhead supporting the new truck than the difference in price between the new and the old truck. I'm sure the old trucks also do hold their value more than consumer vehicles.
And the world attends.
And then they're like, yeah, waste your time, waste our time. Let's just not deal with it.
Withstand the siege.
Yeah, let my dogs out real quick. I don't know. The weather here has gotten better. Let me see what the weather is actually at right now. It might have gotten worse again because the rain has actually stopped. So maybe it's just humid. Well, it says it's only 77 degrees right now. But also we have a tornado watch going on. I don't see any tornadoes. I think I'm fine. I'm in the basement. It's fine. If a tornado hits, it's where I'm supposed to be anyways.
When the time comes to strike, an emperor strikes without hesitation. To entertain doubt is slowness lens.
It's in the garage against the wall, so I think it's fine. Also, last time, not the last time, but one of the previous times. Okay, a couple of times when the tornado warnings have gone off and the sirens went off. Last time I was out and about when that happened, I was going through the Taco Bell drive-thru. Why are you not taking any damage? I was in the Taco Bell drive-thru. The sirens go off. I look at the drive-thru guy. He looks at me, and I said, "I'm just gonna go home now. Get my Taco Bell and just drive home." And then the time before that, I was out and about when those sirens hit. I was driving, and I go to Target. And when I'm at Target, the sirens, or when I'm walking to Target, the sirens go off, and I get to the door, and the people at the door say, "Just so you know, there's a tornado warning." So watch means the conditions are right, one might form. A warning means one exists somewhere. It's been confirmed. Just to know, there's a tornado warning right now. So if you come in the store, we're gonna shuffle you to the back for your own safety. And I'm like, yeah, I'm only like 3 miles from home. I'm just gonna drive home. So yeah, drove home. And I found out that the tornado had dissipated, but it not dissipated, its path went right across where I drove. So the timing would have been fine. I probably would have been fine, but it happens. The problem is there's so many trees that I don't really get a good view of a tornado. So um, I absolutely go stand on my deck and I go look. I'm like, can I see it? Is it nearby? No, can't see it. I've only ever seen a tornado one time and it was miles away. I didn't care about the tornado. Honestly, the tornadoes aren't that bad. Like, most tornadoes are, you know, it's only like 90-mile-an-hour winds. That's not enough to pick up your car. If you're in your car, you're fine. Yeah, tornadoes are way less scary than a hurricane because a hurricane is a bigger tornado that also has water, you know, swirling within it. And that water makes it cause a lot more damage. I also would rather have near misses with tornadoes than earthquakes, because an earthquake hits and like everything shakes so bad. It's a problem. But a tornado hits and you only really are affected by the tornado if it goes over you. Yeah, good point. Absolutely. Ah. Luckily, also, I'm in an area, so I mentioned I'm in Rochester, which Rochester's a little bit in a valley, which makes it so that tornadoes that do hit us, the ground goes down, the clouds stay the same height, and so the tornado suddenly has to get longer, which makes it less powerful. So even if it does hit Rochester, they tend not to be as bad as if they hit the surrounding areas where it's not in a valley. So one time, and this was years ago, a tornado it wasn't a very strong tornado. The only damage we noticed happened. It went right over a Menards, and then over my parents' house. But it was so weak, it lifted the roof off the Menards. And then, you know, like 3 miles later, when it hit my parents' house, it was just dropping everything off. And so my parents' yard was full of insulation from the roof of the Menards. But even the other buildings near the Menards weren't affected, and the Menards itself was just wet inside. It lifted the roof off, took the insulation and blew some light stuff around, but the Menards is otherwise fine. So, I agree. Road salt is terrible. I would love to be able to get away from it. In Minnesota, we actually salt. In, I think, both the Dakotas, but at least South Dakota, they use a salt slurry mix. So it's liquid when it goes on the ground. It's not a actual granular salt. That stuff is way worse for your car. It's terrible. And it's terrible for the roads. I don't understand why they use it. That makes their potholes so much worse. It's terrible for the roads, terrible for your cars, a little bit better at melting the ice. I think Wisconsin, for the most part, only sands. They never really salt. And so the sand gives you traction on top of the snow. And so they don't really have salt issues as much. Yeah, salt brine. The salt brine is terrible. That's the worst. Cars in Minnesota survive more than cars in the Dakotas, even though we have similar winters, almost identical winters, purely because the Dakotas use the salt slurry, the salt brine, and Minnesota just throws granular salt down. The brine is a little bit better. For actual... Jeez, so much stuff.
Before your emperor, you are worthy. Before the goddess of justice, you are worthy. Receive our blessings, embrace our gifts, and rise.
Do flesh and stone.
For this is the ending that we all deserve. The savage.
Yeah, there are so many different kinds of chilies. You are definitely gonna find one that you enjoy to make and enjoy eating. So I don't have chili that often, and usually it's a winter meal, but it can be hard to beat a good chili.
In House Azadi, blades speak more honestly than tongues. Shall we?
I care nothing for your past, only your future. And for that, you will have to fight.
Let's keep this civil,
Freedom suits me.
This is how it's done. Oh, you've earned my blade. Try not to tarnish it.
Yeah. Nice. I made Demon Slayer's recipe for taquitos. I did it wrong. Out of portal scrolls? Really?
People of the gutters, steel your bellies, for the slaughter is at hand.
This will hurt.
I don't mind cooking. I like smoking things on the smoker, and I like using the griddle that I've got.
Welcome to the grand arena of Theopolis. It is here that I first laid eyes.
But if I did it every day, I'd get bored of it pretty quick.
Ancestors would weep.
That's my ADHD.
It's created here.
You know, there's lots of ways to invest in a griddle. You could, like, I got a Blackstone, and Blackstone's like the brand name. Jeez, can't even speak today. Blackstone's the brand name that most people know, but it's just a griddle, and there are lots of non-brand name versions that are probably better. Either cheaper and the same, or better and
Just how it comes.
you know, same price. So, but you can also just get a griddle attachment that goes over your grill grate for like a gas grill. Doesn't really work so well with a charcoal grill. But what I decided to do is I got the Blackstone, and we're getting rid of our regular grill because I either put it on the griddle or I put it on the smoker. I never put anything on the regular grill anymore. I like the standalone griddle personally. If you've got the space and you've got like a Costco or Sam's Club, they have some good ones that come with some extra stuff. They're the same as the ones you like. The Blackstones in particular are the same as the ones you can get anywhere else. But they usually come with a cover and come with a couple other things for the same price. So that's what I did. But then they also make smaller ones that are better for things like traveling. My brother takes his camping. So smoking is so I made a brisket on Monday, and what that involved was you take a brisket, you trim the fat off but not too much.
Warrior's death, calm. It is more than you deserved.
And then I covered it in just plain yellow mustard. Don't worry if you don't like mustard, the mustard flavor doesn't come through. It just is a really good binder to hold your seasoning on. And then I just coated the thing in whatever seasoning mix I felt like having that day, which I got a wood-fired garlic seasoning mix. So that's what I went with. You can even make your own if you, you know, I would start with just using mixes, but eventually make your own. And then I put it on the smoker. I have a pellet grill smoker, so it keeps a solid temperature, and it makes sure that there's smoke coming off of the pellets. It's not just fire, there's smoke. And the smoke penetrates into it and gives a really nice flavor. If you've had really good barbecue, like pulled pork or ribs, and it's really good, and it's got like a pink band to it. There's some pink on it. That's the smoke penetrating in. It gives it a really nice flavor, but you put it in at like 180 degrees, not like 350 like a normal oven. 180 degrees. I did that for 12 hours. And then I turned the temperature up for another 6 hours. And then I pulled it. And let it rest for a couple hours, slice it up, and it was good. Really good brisket. Not the best brisket I've ever made. I let it get a little dry. But definitely good brisket. And it's really easy. I also spritz it with apple cider vinegar, but that's a personal preference, not something you have to do by any means. And everybody's got a little twist that they put on theirs, and like apple cider vinegar and then butcher paper. After I turn the temperature up is kind of my way of doing it. Yes, Southern barbecue and other barbecue are completely different, and Southern barbecue is usually better. We have some Southern style barbecue restaurants in Rochester here, and they're pretty good. And then we went to the South, and most of them are better, but some of them weren't as good. But we didn't go super south. We went to like Kentucky. I am not a sardines fan myself, so I have no suggestions to make sardines better.
Boreathans, how they love to sing about themselves.
We open the Deshret. Talamo.
See? Stay in the light, Exile.
There was the gate.
The way to a god's heart is through his guts.
Delightful death.
Deal in introductions. Just air comes.
Nice. Yeah, tractor pulls and demolition derbies are some of the most fun. They're surprisingly good. Like, everybody knows what they're getting when you do demolition derby. But tractor pulls are surprisingly entertaining. Yeah, I think I saw that one.
You've done well, Brute, but let's not get above ourselves. Town wasn't half the men.
Why do windshields gotta be so expensive? It's because somebody decided they needed to be curved.
It was
And specific to the vehicle, instead of having flat glass that's universal. That you could go to any glass cutter and cut to size.
Piety, betray me, and I will have your head.
Why did my phone suddenly start giving me directions to Menards? Have you seen the Edison Motors conversation about curved glass? Yeah. 100% agree with that guy. There is no real reason for curved glass. And even if you wanted to be a little bit more aerodynamic, the two pieces of flat glass that came to a small point with a trim in the middle worked just fine. And especially with more and more like cameras and stuff, the visibility is less and less important. And aerodynamics, like you're still pushing all that air, like 5% better aerodynamics is not going to make. First of all, that's not 5% better. It's much smaller. But even if it was 5%, it's not going to make or break the towing of a truck. Certain, like, if you want to get a hyper high efficiency, like, electric semi, yes, I get it. Having less sharp edges is good, but you could still curve the metal to a flat plate of glass. Make the glass a little bit smaller and curve the metal around it.
The ancestors demand it.
This is how it's done.
Oh my god.
Perfectly fitting.
You are free now, slave.
When I met you.
In this moment.
Yep.
Now, Exile!
Yeah, 100% agree with you. I don't understand it sometimes.
Now, Exile!
That wasn't very nice, Malachi. What did Piety ever do to you?
This is what I get for trying to be a bloody.
Now, let us see if you truly understand what it means to be Nightmare. You are being selfish. I gave my life. Nightmare gave me so much more. You are being selfish. Accept the gift of immortality. You.
Jeez.
Be on your guard.
Night, why? Are you so in love with death?
And precedent is far more important than implementation.
I've never. I.
Alright, do I have a pair of gloves that are armor-based gloves? How about unique gloves that I can wear now? No. No. So, armor gloves. Not you. This person.
What do you want?
No. Okay.
Watching you.
I don't think you have.
I.
I was trying to go like I was in the, like, Act 9. Really? I can see it, though.
Watch and learn.
Hold your tongue. I do not wish to hear your voice.
Haha, this is how it's done.
I will read that when I get to town here. Okay. Strongly believe that Blizzard pushed for it to be as toxically pay to win and predatory funded to achieve two primary things. One, to just see just how far was too far, and two, so that in the future they have a basis to be like, it's not as bad as Diablo Immortal on Reddit, etc., etc. Yeah. I do think they wanted to push the envelope. I don't think that's a hot take. I think that's pretty safe to say they were pushing the envelope on purpose. Um,
I do blood.
An egg. And thank you. Greetings.
Unlike this. Sometime.
M18 jump pack. What's the price for it? Where to buy? Okay, so fine. Online. Acme Tools. At $300. $600. This one says it's $300. Yeah, I guess this is probably bare tool. And they only have it the $300 one. Oh, it's raining again. Yeah. There's a Milwaukee compatible 12 volt. Oh no, this is it. Oh, it's not Milwaukee's 12 volt. It's okay. This looks really janky. I wouldn't trust this. Wouldn't trust that at all. That sounds dangerous. Okay, this one's worse though. That looks like it's literally just hooking 18 volts to your car just directly. No protection circuitry, nothing. Just 18 volts isn't that much more than the 14 that your alternator provides, so it's probably fine. But if you down convert it to 14 volts, it'll put out 33 amps. That's not enough to start a car. Anyway, I've got a cheaper one. I'll just keep doing that. I don't know what a no-co box is. So I can't answer that. I'll say I'll do a strong maybe.
I gave up the cloth, gave up on God. You should do the same.
Yeah, I guess I'm not familiar. The one that I have and has worked fine is one I got from Costco, and it's a lithium-ion jump pack from Costco. And it has worked every time I've needed it. Except for one time when I had forgot to charge it. But that was on me for forgetting to charge it. I don't blame the pack for that. Yeah. Let me be right back. I'm gonna go grab mine. All right. So it's in this little box or zipper container. It just says Type S on it. And it's got 3 bars, and it jumped my car twice with 3 bars. Yeah. And I have all three of my cars are V8s. Two of them are identical engine, 5.7 liter Chrysler engines. And the other one's the all right, let's see. Yeah, I've seen that one. Actually, I think that's the one my aunt has. Yeah, it looks like my engine right there. 4.6. So I got a 4.6 and two 5.7s, and this starts it just fine. I think it was like 60 or 80 from Costco. I have no doubt the other one's better. But this one's good enough for me. So I'm not too broken up about it.
Another pig without a pen. Hurry up and decide. I'll own you, yeah. Obey me. You're lucky I was going easy. Fine, take it.
Yep, that sounds about right. My jump box has jumped every car I've needed it to. I think the biggest engine I did was the 5.7 V8s. It stays charged relatively long if you charge it. It holds its charge pretty well, which I like. And I've had it for like 3 years without issue at this point. So which 3 years isn't a ton of time, but it's enough to feel it's comfortable. Yeah, well, to be fair, I don't jump cars that often. So a battery with a charge circuit that I've used probably 6 or 7 times over the course of like 3 years to jump, you know, well, probably 4 different cars. Yeah, yep. I had one of those. That was the one I had before this, where like big red ones. I gotta find it. That looked like this. I had one that probably looked exactly like this one right here. So I remember it being red. Oh no, it wasn't a Harbor Freight one. Maybe this one. That one seems maybe a little bit smaller. I don't know. Sitting on that card seems about right. Yeah, it seems about right. So the problem with that one is I didn't use it enough, and something I did degraded that lead acid battery, so even fully charged, it stopped jumping cars, even though I only used it like 6 times. It didn't catastrophically explode or anything, but it was not happy.
The world must be cleansed of impurity.
Not your finest hour.
Okay. Well, I'm not even following my own rules. I don't have enough life. I don't think I've ever seen a battery explode. Like, for computer batteries, I've seen plenty of them swell, but none of them actually, like, catch fire. Yeah, that would do it. You know, honestly, they do explode bad when they explode, but they don't explode often even when swollen. I didn't mean to do that. I clicked the wrong thing. Okay. 1 second. All right. So I have this battery in my house. Oh, it's really hard to see on camera. It's really hard to see that on camera, that it's... You can kind of see it right there. It's definitely put enough pressure on to yeah, if I do this. As a HP laptop battery that I replaced like 3 years ago, and it's been sitting in my closet ever since. It's on a bit of metal. I wouldn't use it, but they're not as dangerous as a lot of people think. As long as you don't damage it, which being in a laptop and you resting your hands on can do. But you know, if it puts the wrong pressure in the wrong places, you can pop them, and then that can touch the air, and once that starts touching the air, bad things happen. But this popped the case of the laptop it was in. And so I replaced the battery for someone, and yeah, that was like 3 years ago, and it's still sitting here, not doing anything.
Thank you. You deserve recognition. Once Kitab.
Yeah, pretty much.
I simply can't. Get it over with.
Delightful death! What in damnation have you done?
No, we kayaks
Infamous
know one
Storm
thing above
Hand.
all. Kill or be killed. So be it! Should have walked
Oh.
away.
Try to get the gloves that transfer all nearby kills to me. I'm not sure what gloves you're talking about. The gloves that say that enemies killed within whatever range count as being killed by you. I mean, kills that your minion kills also count as being killed by you. So I'm not sure what that would do if I'm not in group play. Oh, suddenly raining real hard. Yeah, you can kind of do that yourself. I guess if you put those gloves on your minion, on your mercenary, then everything counts, because all of your magic find counts on your mercenary, plus their own magic find counts. When they kill it, basically they get their magic find and yours, and when you kill it, you only get your own. So if your mercenary counted as killing everything, then you could like double dip on magic find gear. Yeah, here. Let me find them quick. Yeah. Nearby enemies killed by anyone counts as being killed by you instead. Grave Bind, Hydroscale Gauntlets. So you give those to your mercenary. What do you mean? I mean, you could just have some magic find on yourself, magic find on your mercenary, and those gloves on your mercenary. And effectively do the same thing. And yeah, having another player who's doing damage for you would be nice, but it's not even really necessary. You're gonna have so much magic find. If you're willing to do group play, then the magic find from the group play far outweighs the magic find you're putting on your gear. Although then you're splitting with people, so yeah, but group play plus that is such a small added bonus. Group play already has somebody do something like that usually. The old way of doing it was the Southbound here, which with Southbound, your hits can only kill frozen enemies, and if nobody's freezing, then you can't kill things, and then the magic find person just needs to do 1 damage to everything, and you know, get extra magic find in the group. But you know, I don't know, killing things faster is usually just better. Yeah, I wonder when those gloves were added to the game. 3.16. $2021. So almost 4 years ago, they added these gloves to the game. This glove can be equipped on Animate Guardian or Mercenary to trigger their on-kill effects more reliably. Huh? Oh, that's nice. So, you know, with Chains of Command, you wear it with that, and your Animate weapon, or Animate Guardian's weapon hits, or weapon kills, or your kills count, whatever. You know what I'm saying. I don't know why Southbound... I mean, it was last time I saw people doing... okay, so I think part of it is if you're killing things as they're spawning, it did say in that post, or in that wiki, that you can kill things too fast for the gloves to apply. Also, if you get too far away, it's only a 4-meter range, which 4 meters is like half the screen. So, like, it's not as reliable. It's still not as reliable as the Southbound gloves. I think that's probably it. It's not as consistent.
Turn around. I won't ask twice.
You could probably do both, where the Magic Find person wears those gloves and everybody else wears Southbound, and kind of double up if something happens that kills them on... But I don't think that'd be worth it. You know, another thing is having the DPS where Southbound takes one piece of gear away from the DPS characters, which you can like just always have more DPS. But then taking that one piece of gear away from your Magic Find person, that could be a lot of Magic Find that they're losing out on. I can try to help you with the sword question.
Not all. Hello.
Oh, no, I can't. am I doing here? Hello. I've played quite a bit of Path of Exile. I've got like 8,000 hours in the game. It's my #1 played game. Let's see here. 200 sword got T1% increased physical. Essence Fizz mod. Okay, +2 socket melee gems. I'm playing Flicker. Are those prefixes okay to keep investing or keep rolling for double % increased physical? So what you would want to do is open a path of building, and you can import your character and actually do a direct comparison. If you copy and paste the so I'll show you how to do it really quick. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to this is the Flicker build that I'm currently trying to follow. I'm going to save it because I haven't yet. And then I'm going to save a copy of it that I usually call mine to indicate it's the one that I've overridden some things with my own stuff. And then what you do is you go to import export, retrieve your character information, go to find your guy, which is, you know, Flicker would be the guy, whatever one yours is, and import your passive tree and jewels. I'm going to pretend I did that. I'm not ready for Flicker yet. And so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go to a, you know, white maps Flicker build. So this is the general build for Flicker. And then you go to items, and when you've imported your character, you will have your sword here, but then you can do create custom. And so what you do is you can look at your sword, and then you hit Control C, and that will copy the sword to your clipboard, which then in here you can hit Control V and hit create. And now I have this exact, this is the one that I built. And I can see that replacing my current one will lose me 61,000 average damage and 10% movement speed and all this stuff, all these things, right? So you can see what's going on there, but you can also say, okay, well, what if I start with this and I add the prefix of +2 level of socketed melee gems, and I'll add that. Well, that didn't really change that much to it, right? So that's still losing me 61,000. Yeah, it almost nothing. So it looks like plus to gems isn't doing much. Probably actually because the Flicker Strike is not socketed in the weapon. I'm gonna put it in the weapon. We'll add that modifier again. Yeah, okay, so instead of losing 61,000, I'd only be losing 54,000 if this had that mod as well. But if it had another % physical instead, so we'll just say that we get you know, another percent physical. Well, that only loses me 18,000, so that's significantly better. So I'm guessing the increased physical damage is going to far outweigh the increase to gem level. I know gem levels are important. My understanding is gem levels for melee skills, which Flicker Strike is far less important than how much damage your weapon does. So yeah, Ancient Worship's got that right. If you're using a spell, plus to gem level is huge. You're using a melee, plus to gem level is nice, but it's not nearly as important as your actual weapon DPS. So I think I've shown you how to tell with your specific character, and in general, it's plus to gem level is not super important. I'd keep going. Okay. What was I doing? I was gonna see, does multi-strike with this? I don't know if I like that.
Hail, Godslayer.
Oh, and then the nice thing is you can also look here and be like, okay, if I switch back to my Act 6 main skill, what should I be using for a fourth? Cruelty looks like it would be good. And powers from their use of delay going to be boosted again. Fist of War looks good, but brutality is probably more consistent. But then I do no elemental. How much of my damage is elemental right now? Not a ton. I have that. I'm gonna get rid of that. I think chance to bleed is less important now. Let's purchase brutality and pulverize would be good. To 10,000 DPS. Similar, and then that'll gain levels pretty quick, so it'll go up. Okay.
Delightful death.
Yeah, if you do the copy and paste, it's just text. So you could copy the sword and paste it right into the chat here. And then we could copy it and look at it within Path of Building directly. So if I were to copy that and go into here and do items, cancel, new. I gotta see if I can. All right, I got a notepad. Take out the stuff that doesn't matter. Rarity. Room barb. Headsman sword. Two-handed sword. Quality 20%. Augmented. Physical damage. Double strike chance. Attacks per second. Oh. Okay, so that should now create. Oh, yeah, yeah. I got attack speed. Oh, you crafted the attack speed. Okay. No, I didn't grab everything. All right, so that looks better. Okay, so if I look at that, oh, we gotta change this loadouts to white maps. So we're looking at the right thing. And then well, that's better than the Terminus Est. And so we're looking at, instead of the +2 to level of socketed gems, if we instead had a prefix of additional, well, okay, so you already have 171% increased physical damage, which would be this one. So we're looking for the increased physical and accuracy rating, I think. Or flat physical. So if we did this one, and we edit the thing to take the +2 level of socket melee gems off. Yeah, 77%. That is 113 instead of what, 57. So that's definitely better. If instead of doing that, we added the flat physical. That is 133. So flat physical is what you're looking for, probably. If like, it is good. It is a very good sword. You probably are going to have just fine time. You do just fine with it as it is. It has flat? Oh, it does have 38 to 75. You're right. You're right. I missed that. Yeah, so really the only way to make it better would be to get a high increased physical damage and accuracy rating on it. Because if you did a high increased physical damage and accuracy rating, well, let's see if you get a low one, if it's still, like, if you got, you know, that tier, it's still better. There's a hybrid % accuracy if it doesn't already have it. Yeah. That looks like the only thing that could make it better is doing that instead. And for crafting bench, you've crafted attack speed on it, which is probably the right deal there. I don't know if there's a different, better craft. % physical and chance to inflict bleeding. I don't know if those block though. Honestly, I would probably run it for a while. Yeah, I'd honestly run it for a while, and then when you have extra time, I'd probably leave that one as is, and buy a new base to craft. And once you've crafted it so it is actually perfect, then you just sell the old base, so you still have something to hold on to while you're doing that additional crafting. I wouldn't mess with that one. That it's pretty good as is. Like, it's very good as is. All right, yeah. So I'm gonna remove these, and I'm going to edit, and I'm gonna name this something else. New. No, actually, cancel. Edit. Name the top line. New sword. And then Create custom. Current axe. Add to build. Okay, so we do current axe. And you compare that current axe to the new sword. Even I have the plus to level of skills not on it because it's not great. Yeah. Based and again, you'd really want to import your tree to know specifically, because this is based off of these nodes. If you've taken different nodes, these calculations will be different. But in general, based on this general tree, your new sword is 20,000 average damage more, and that's without the plus to level of skill gems. If I were to edit that item and add that back in, add modifier, prefix. Now, if we look at your current and compare it to this new sword, now it's 50,000 better with this skill tree and stuff. So okay, if we look at that sword, so let's copy that, and then I'm gonna go to Exile / trade. There's a way to import the item. I don't remember how you import by pasting it in. But okay, let's look at this. So this is the new one. Is item category 200 sword. And it has the implicit of accuracy. It has increased physical damage. It has adds number to number physical damage. Oh, thanks for the follow. Appreciate that. Enemy stun threshold doesn't matter. The additional accuracy rating, so it has accuracy rating and attack speed. So we'll look at 17 attack speed, 38 for the minimum. I always get thrown off what this is. 38. I think what I need to do is 38 plus 75 divided by 2 is 56. So I think this actually needs to be 56. Physical damage is 171%. This does not exist. I'm going to take this implicit off. I'm going to take this additional extra rating off. Why doesn't this exist? Two-handed sword. Is it this? Did I do this wrong? Yeah, maybe I did this wrong. Maybe I need to do 38. No, local. I didn't do the local one. There we go. So it looks like a linked one is 3 divine, which I think it costs about 3 divine to link it anyways. Oh, let's add the socketed plus the level of socketed melee gems. Yeah, so I would say that your sword is probably worth like 5-6 divines, even not linked, based on this. So it's worth linking it, even if you decide you're not going to use it and you end up selling it. Yeah, and yeah, those were adding 2 different tier 1 or not non-tier 1s to get to the level of a tier 1, but if you're not modifying it at all, it doesn't really matter. And with that sword, you're either starting over, in which case it's only worth the fracture, which is still a decent amount, or because if okay, let me look to see, because you have the 171% fractured. And so if we take this off and we only look for having that fracture, oh geez, that fracture alone is 8 divines. That was the right fracture, wasn't it? Yeah, that fracture alone is worth 8 divines. I wouldn't, I don't know, I guess if I had that sword, I'd probably sell the fracture and buy one that is just as good but cheaper and use that money for something else, but that's just me. If you really, like, you already spent 8 divines on the fracture, whether you got it naturally or bought it, you already spent 8 divines on the fracture. If re-rolling to get the perfect sword is at that point probably worth it. I don't know. That's you're a little outside of my area of expertise. I don't usually have too much expensive gear. I think the most expensive piece of gear I've ever had on a character, other than when I accidentally had a bunch of money because a mirror dropped. Other than that one time, every other time, the most expensive piece of gear I probably ever had on my character is 10 divine.
Another pig without a pen.
But if with that being the case, if I got a item that was worth 8 divines because of the fracture, unless I didn't need the money, I'd just sell it and.
Not your finest hour.
I've also never played Flicker Strike, so this is my first time playing Flicker Strike, so I don't know how much that difference, like how much you're gonna feel that difference. Different builds feel that amount of difference differently. Ah, this is what I get for not building any defenses and not putting points in before my boss fight. How much is the rest of your gear worth? Because if like 8 divines is your average gear that you already have equipped, then it might be worth spending that 5 or 6 divines trying to upgrade this weapon. Otherwise, if your other gear is really cheap, selling the item for 8 divines, probably more, but conservatively 8 divines, buying a 2 divine sword that 2 or 3 divine sword that is comparable in damage. It just doesn't have the fracture. I need and then upgrading the rest of your gear so that, you know, that might be the way to go. I don't know. Again, I don't know how rest of the gear depend. Ah, jeez, I'm just really sucking.
Oh, not your finest hour. How perfectly.
Oh my God! Stop just punching me. Yeah, if the rest of your gear is valuable, you know, maybe on average 4 or 5 divine a piece. Then you're not going to be able to get much out of selling it, so it might be worth just holding on to it to
The flame of hope may
upgrade
flicker,
it.
but it cannot be extinguished.
I'm Captain. Good tidings. Remember? Hail, Godslayer.
You could do that. But if you reforge attack speed, like that's multiple divines per attempt. It is one route forward, and it is more deterministic, but probably also more expensive. That's where going to Craft of Exile. Import item. Let's grab that item again. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, base item. Headsman sword. Right. So, if you have a headsman sword and you have 171. Nope. Jeez. Suddenly there's a fly in my house. So, percent increased physical damage. Um, I don't remember how you craft. And tell it that this is like create a new item. Okay. 200 weapons. 200 sword. Headsman sword. 85. Quality is at 20. Yeah, I don't. Oh. Yeah. I don't know. This isn't doing it. There's a way to add it here. Yeah, I don't know. there's a way to import it here, and then when you import it here, you can ask it like or you can figure out what the chances of things are happening. Yeah, but it wouldn't work with the code that I had edited slightly to make it work because it broke the editing in the multi chat or in the Twitch chat. So I couldn't import that item. I've used it a little bit, not a ton. I really should have used it more, but I'm kind of the guy who just kind of spams stuff and hopes it works, and then it doesn't work, and then I get frustrated and start a new character. It's not the best way to play. I wouldn't recommend it.
Let me teach you the laws of war.
Hold still. Not your finest.
I feel like I'm doing something wrong now. Because I am now in Act 6. Skills. Thunder. Oh, see, Act 6 has... Wait, Act 6 has more... Oh, no, this was me adding things. Yeah, maybe I do pulverize. Yeah, I've never played Flicker Strike before. I mean, I've started a Flicker Strike character, but never got to the point of actually using Flicker Strike. So, I'm not sure how this will go. We'll see. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to be summoning stone golems. Yeah, according to this, I'm doing the right thing. I have all the right skills. I'm going to take out... brutality. And... Actually thought I had a... I don't. Okay. Let's do this one. Then if I do that... Seems pretty good.
Exile, you are a welcome omen. This one is captured. I now will take it.
I don't know why, but Demon Slayer, when you added me, it flashed my screen red. It was like, mod is mad at you. I've heard of, but not really looked at all, the Excel World Championships. It doesn't surprise me. There's tournaments for everything.
Were we back in Travis, you'd already be dead.
Hold still.
Yep. So Path of Building has a lot of tools. If you were to look at your tree in Path of Building and be like, I show node power, but only within 10 spaces of where I'm at for the full DPS. Why is it not? Nope. I crashed it. Clicked too many buttons. I crashed it.
Watch and learn.
I don't blame it. It's probably my computer. My computer's been acting funky for a while. Oh. I think I've got some weird memory issues. I really should. So I have an Intel-based computer, and because I ran server stuff on my computer, I decided to put 128 gigs of memory in it, which is overkill. Nobody needs 128 gigs of memory. But I was running server stuff on my desktop, so I figured I'd throw the extra memory in my computer. But at the time that I did that I bought this memory, the only kits that had 32 gig sticks of memory were certified for AMD, not Intel, that I could get a hold of. And so I used those ones anyways. And ever since then, for the longest time, I could only run 64 gigs of memory. And then there was a BIOS update. Now I can run the entire 128 gigs of memory, but it still is a little unstable at times. So I should really just take the other memory out and just run 2 sticks. So anytime I have computer problems, I believe they're my fault. I did something. For reasons like that. And I haven't reinstalled Windows in a couple of years, and I install all kinds of junk on my computer and then uninstall it and install different junk and uninstall it for different things.
Not you! For my life and my work, I shall not suffer this humiliation again! You shall be remade! You are hideous!
Swap to the red team. You AMD? You know, honestly, I've been an AMD person for a long time. And I switched to Intel for stability reasons. When I wanted to start doing more with my computer. I'm like, I'll spend a little bit extra for stability reasons. And I switched to Intel as AMD became the way to go for stability and stuff. And then I kind of locked myself in and was buying, you know, a little upgrade here and there. And so I've been on Intel from the 9000 series processors. Yeah. Because I've got like an Intel specific water block on my computer, because I also water cooled my computer. I also don't recommend that either. I water cooled my whole computer, and I really shouldn't have, because it makes it really hard to troubleshoot, especially when you're having issues, because then a half an hour to replace your CPU cooler becomes, oh, I'm in the wrong zone. I thought I was next one over. Custom loop. It's a full custom loop. Hard tubed. I bent all the hard tubes myself. Everything, it's functioning now, but every time I need to do anything, I have to drain the entire thing. I try to drain only like half of it sometimes, and then I end up making a mess, so I just drain the whole thing. If I were to water cool again, I'd probably do soft tubing and not rigid tubing. Because I have slight leaking issues. But the reason I have slight leaking issues is I've got things that don't quite line up.
That's the Cajun way.
professional to the end.
or serve me. You win, I follow. Don't you mistake that for obedience.
Oh, no, I thought about it. I had thought about doing an oil submerged computer. It would actually be easier for component modifications and stuff because you pull it out and you just, you know, the motherboard's on a tray. You pull the whole tray out. But cleaning the mineral oil off, if you ever want to reuse, like I put my old GPU in my wife's computer when I upgraded my GPU, and you can't do that with mineral cooled because it's permanently modified by the minerals, the mineral oil. It just never is going to work normally again.
Am I not strong enough as I am?
I never looked at what unique he was wearing because, oh, it's the belt. That's fine.
I'm wrong.
All right, don't think I'd be. Now there's who'd have thought those Now.
I don't think
First we hear Nessa. You've killed
I don't think it rots things that bad.
with another. Ahoy there!
Okay, I'll be back in just a minute. Yeah, I'm back. You know that spin launch is still a thing? Oh, yeah, yeah. I heard about that. I didn't realize they were still trying to do that. I thought they were running into some like major issues, like unsolvable issues of that. I thought it was like a thermodynamic thing where if you try to throw something to space, the air is so dense down at at the level of Earth, of even on a high altitude location, the air is still really dense, and so you end up getting a lot of resistance right away, a lot of heat buildup immediately. So you can only throw like really tiny things, but those really tiny things also need to be heavy enough to overcome the air resistance. Ends up being a whole thing. Yeah, atmospheric heating. 100%. Okay, I'm gonna start a new company, and we're gonna spend a whole bunch of money and many years figuring out how to potato cannon satellites into space. Who's in? Who wants to be my first backers? I'm gonna potato cannon satellites into space. Even better, vacuum tube. Vacuum tube it to space. So we're gonna have a 3-mile long tube that we pull a vacuum in so there's no air in. And that's gonna go nearly straight up so it gets out of our thick atmosphere as quickly as possible. Yeah, 100%. Is it getting choppy? I think I got pork chops in the freezer.
Choose your next move.
I know I have pork loin in the freezer. I wonder if somebody has figured out the number of if you have at you know this much gold, then you can level as any build you want on a class, and when you hit level 60, you can spec into whatever you're actually wanting to play using respecking at Faustus. You know, what is that, like 150,000 gold, and you can respec, do 100% respec at level 60? Yeah, like a second character type situation, because there's always like, oh, this is the best, you know, leveling build. Like, I'm pretty sure if I want to level this guy faster, I'd play as Righteous Fire until maps, and then switch. Pretty sure that would be faster.
Don't think I'm...
Not crazy faster, but a bit faster.
So strong, so dedicated. A man like you.
What maps do you need? Because I think I've got most of them, so I can throw something in the guild stash when I get back to town. After this fight, I'll go check
destruction's mire.
How did you? Hold on to your cuckoo. What now?
All right. So you said Desert Spring. I've thrown a Desert Spring in tab 1. Yep, no problem. At a certain point, usually by now, I've played a character long enough where I've dumped into the guild tab all but my tier 16s. But I'm having so much fun creating new characters that I'm not far enough to be able to just give all of my maps up that are lower. I mean, I probably could. Sounds good.
Turn around. I won't ask twice.
By the ire of innocence, I denounce you.
That sounds about right.
I gave up the cloth, gave up on God. You should do the same.
Your phone died. What's the good wiki for Pee-wee? I think it's pewewiki.net. I think that's the good one. No, maybe not. Yes, pewewiki.net. Yeah, because the other one, the fandom one, hasn't been updated since 2022. My wife has made it to the campground. So what you're saying is I've got a project to do, and I got to start another character to do it. Got it.
Turn your one list.
Now, I think you can talk to the respec person,
Hello.
which I'm not... Is it Yena? No.
Hankering for
Good to see you still kicking.
our brutal construction.
I think they changed it so you can do...
Let's see what we can do, eh?
No. Maybe it's PoE 2 has a respec all button now.
Know what you don't know now, do you?
You'll see. I am not to be trifled with.
Fall before me.
You getting lag? I'm not noticing any lag.
Stand a chance.
Well, there's a divine orb. This build is paid for itself. I got a divine. Okay, so now I think that's my third divine. All because I keep creating new characters.
This is not a challenge. And welcome, nonetheless.
This song is pretty decent, except for when the guy like screams randomly. It startles me because I'm not expecting it. Yeah, he just randomly just goes, ah! And I'm like, oh.
Clearly, help.
The black.
Did I turn on all the quests from before? Yeah, looks like it.
You what? So?
Yeah. ISP is having issues. Sucks. You know, I heard something about that where there was just issues everywhere.
Flesh begs to be studied.
Yeah. Yep. That like they've done studies. And I think I believe I've heard that somewhere there's a like a thing that talks about the average internet speed of like the United States, and like if you needed to send data from New York to Texas or something, I don't know, so two points, and they talked about how big of a flash drive would you need to be moving between the two for it to be faster to airmail a flash drive versus using the internet. I think there was some study, not necessarily study, but oh yeah. A pigeon is still faster than the internet. Yeah, in 2009, a company in South Africa proved a homing pigeon was faster than ADSL connection, flying a 4 gigabyte USB drive to prove it. Besides the speculative work, I think this might have been. I don't know. There was something about it, something like this, but it was mailing. I thought it was mailing, not carrier pigeon. But yeah. Yeah, so 3 terabytes of data transfer, pigeon versus internet. A pigeon would be faster. Um, so this is how time in minutes. 500 miles, pigeon's faster. If Pi Jeff, that's the internet one, is 5,000 miles. Like there's I think there was a better one that I had seen at one point. I don't remember it though. Where they talked about actually just mailing stuff. Like mailing a flash drive versus downloading across the internet, which is faster. Or how big would the flash drive have to be? Or maybe it was this way around where it wasn't how big would the flash drive have to be, but with the biggest currently available flash drive, how far away can you be faster than the internet? Something like that. I don't remember. It's been a long time since I saw it. So I was working for our local government here when CrowdStrike hit, and I helped get our systems back up and running. I was mainly helping with individual computers that were affected. The servers that we had were fixed by the server team very quickly. It was like 3 hours. Everything was back on the server side. And then it was, you know, from the time the day started for people, like 8 o'clock is when most people start their day. By 11, I was running out of things to do. We actually did really fast. It was really impressive.
So,
Yes, there's an Asmere.
No, I didn't want to pick that up. So I think that there was like the perfect storm of vulnerabilities. So CrowdStrike broke a bunch of computers, and if you were encrypted the right way, it was really bad. But there was also a vulnerability that allowed people to bypass the encryption password to get in. So CrowdStrike caused the issue, but there was another issue with the Windows encryption. that allowed you to recover computer, because we had computers where we were using BitLocker, and some of them didn't have BitLocker keys, and some of those were recoverable even though we didn't have keys, which shouldn't have been possible.
The weary traveler draws close. An emperor is only as efficient as those he commands. Rise to the occasion. You were born for this. Only one of your lessons was completed, Ascendant.
Let me look. Okay, so CrowdStrike pushed out a faulty channel file 291 content update for its Falcon sensor on Windows systems. That update introduced an out-of-bounds memory read due to a malformed configuration file that was looking for 21 fields instead of the expected 20, which led to blue screens and system crashes worldwide. Only Windows machines were affected. macOS and Linux weren't impacted because the update didn't apply to them. So it looks like it was CrowdStrike specifically. I think Windows was able to make changes that could recover from the blue screen, but the cause of the blue screen wasn't anything that Windows did wrong. Kind of like how Path of Exile 2 currently says, if crash, don't. Because of a NVIDIA driver issue. It's an NVIDIA driver issue. But Path of Exile 2 is able to recover from that driver issue by saying, if crashing, don't. Woo! I mean, it makes sense. So normally when you're writing software, if there's an issue, you don't know what else is going on. And so you don't want to just continue. You want to log the issue, gather as much information as you can, and shut down the software. And that's what Grinding Your Games has it set up to do. But now for this specific error, they're saying, if you're having an issue, spin up a new version of the video driver and load everything into that and use that going forward. So it's a band-aid fix because the driver still crashes. It's just that when it crashes, Grinder Games is able to spin up a new version, which really isn't the right thing to do, but it is something you can do. Oh, yeah, I don't know what's going on. Encoder overloaded. Should probably switch. Change some settings to make the game a little less intensive. Give my driver a little bit more overhead. It might be because I'm doing an extra stream now, where I'm streaming twice to YouTube at this point. One standard stream and one vertical stream. But anyway, what I was thinking, like a good analogy is, you know how when a car detects that it has a transmission issue, it'll go into a limp mode, which limits how, like, what gear you can go into and how fast you can drive. It's like, you know that the problem is it's fine and you can get around it, so you disable the sensor that sets it to limp mode. It's like, that's not the right solution, and it can cause more problems if not handled properly. But in this case, it's fine. Oh yeah? Still with the engine recall? Woo! I have no defenses.
Pity the emperor who sits alone on his throne.
Oh yeah, I was hearing about that. So if you get your engine replaced, so it's the rod bearings that are faulty. Not the bearings themselves, but the something in the manufacturing process. They're rougher than they're supposed to be, or something along those lines. And because of that, the rod bearings wear out faster than they're supposed to. And so it's causing issues. And if you can bring it in and they'll test it. And if it tests fine, the answer is use thicker oil to keep it fine. If it tests bad, then replace the engine. once the engine's replaced, the manufacturing issue has been fixed, and so the new engines that are coming out now are okay to go back to using the thinner oil. And that makes sense to me. If the engine is not broken, the reason, if it's not bad yet, putting thicker oil will, I watched an engineering explained video about it. Putting in thicker oil will make the shear strength of the oil better, and so then it'll wear better, but you'll get slightly lesser fuel mileage. I believe that the variable valve train can handle the thicker oil just fine, and so it's not actually going to affect that really. But the fuel economy is the only downside, is my understanding. Now, I'm not a mechanic, so, but that's my understanding from what I've read about it. Ooh.
Is more dangerous than the journey, Ascendant.
Okay, I'm one ascendancy away from being able to switch to Flicker Strike. I think I'm supposed to be leveling the Flicker Strike gems now in my offhand, so I should really do that. Oh yeah, I'm like, where's my path of building? I crashed it. Oh yeah? What'd you learn the other day? So Flicker Strike, Multi-Strike, Close Combat, and Melee Physical Damage. Is there not a sixth? Okay, so I'm gonna do a Flicker Strike, Multi-Strike. I'm already leveling Close Combat. Yeah, where's POB? No idea. It crashed it. Okay, so purchase item. Flicker strike. Multi-strike, I already have. Close combat, I'm leveling here. Melee physical damage, I'm leveling here. Brutality. Brutality and cruelty. Brutality. Okay. So then I just need to find something that has green, red, red that I can wear and put in an offhand. There are multiple third-party car radios that connect to ODB to display a minimal amount of vehicle info. Running those with, say, the bank's dash module will overload your ODB bandwidth and cause the car to become quite unhappy. Oh. That means that the auto insurance snapshot devices likely would lead to the same issue. Yeah, I don't use those car snapshot things because I don't think it's necessary. Oh yeah, I could put those in the terminus. Become a 5 link. Oh, god damn it. There's 5. Link them. Link them. Link them. Four link is fine. Oh, I need another red. Took the work truck everywhere, so I put maybe 500 miles on my truck a month. Agreed to snapshot for 6 months to lock in a rate. Hey, watch your truck not move 25 days a month. Yeah, I did the snapshot once because Progressive required that I do it. I don't remember why they required that I did it. And I got the discount, and they said, you can keep it going for additional future discounts. I'm like, no, I got the discount. I'm done. Here, have it back. I should really split my streaming system into having 2 machines, one for the stream itself and one for my game. I had to use progressive one time. I with an older car that I had, I slid down my driveway when I had a flat tire and hit the car across the street. So I was really angry because not only did I hit the guy across the street, but I have a flat tire. And then it was a Jeep Liberty, and it had the tire cover over the tire that was on the back of the Jeep. And it had gotten moisture inside, and that had a cloth interior to it, so it was frozen to the tire. So I spent hours with a crowbar just destroying the tire cover to get the tire out from under that cover. Luckily, when we swapped information, Progressive called me, and I said to him, "Yep, I slipped down my driveway and bumped into them. Completely my fault." They're like, "Okay, we're covering it." Never heard from them again, and they didn't even raise my rates. So if you split a GPU and a VM, you would still have the same amount of overhead as if you weren't running it in a VM. So I don't think you could. I don't think it would do any good. Wait, what level am I? 52. I can just here. I'm just gonna take this item. Take these stacked decks. I got tricked by the mirror arrow. I like killed him. I'm like, oh, I'm good. Nope, that was the mirror arrow. Okay, so if I go... Is the window cracked or just chipped? A lot of insurances will fix a crack for free, or a chip for free, but once it's to the point of a crack, deductibles get involved and... Okay, so now it's 30% increased damage while in blood stance. And 50% increased area of effect while in sand stance. Okay, so it just makes blood and sand the same but better. Safe Flight quoted 600. What is your glass deductible? Because the you should only cover your deductible, which on chips is usually free, and on glass repair, $100. And for virtualizing just the GPU, you can't virtualize just the GPU, but you can make a VM that is sharing the GPU, and has full access to the GPU with the way certain, like, you can make that work, but it doesn't solve any of the overhead problems of having one GPU. Oh no, I was gonna go because I think I can hire Flame Hand level 66 and Bloodletter is level 83. I think, yeah, I can't. I have to be 20 levels, so the 66 I can now invite.
Ugh, you again.
And so now I'm only 52, and I have a mercenary who is a significantly higher level than me that's going to help me clear this. Oh, I have a capture card. It's not the capture card that's the problem. It's the decent enough GPU. You know, honestly, I have a whole nother computer. It just doesn't have a good GPU. And I have both the HDMI only cam link, and a um what is it? HD60S. Not the X. Yeah, I have HD60S, which will do 1080. But it won't do 4K. But I have the Camlink 4K, which will do 4K. So that was all back from when I was doing YouTube with Carl. So when I hit 63, I can grab that 83 and just have the 83 mercenary helping me the rest of the time. For video transcoding and sending, I probably could get by with like a 60 series card. A 4060, probably even a 3060. I wouldn't necessarily want to go lower than that. So it wouldn't cost that much. Throw that in the spare computer. Move that over, hook it up to the monitor. Install my mouse transitioning software.
You only get one first impression. Try not to ruin it.
All right, have a good one. Thanks for hanging out. God dang
I
it.
like you better this way.
All right, have a good one.
Death is the true climax of perverted.
Appreciate you hanging out. Okay, do I have a better weapon now? Equip. That's a lot more damage.
San is just see you.
So love a good murder. Kettle back.
I like it this way. This is why I work alone.
I really need to change my gear around so I've got more defenses.
You find no faith here. Can't I make sure of that?
Let fury take you.
Give it to me.
I wonder if my mage friend can take care of all these guys. Yep.
Marked for death. You sure you want to do this?
I am the judgment of innocence.
Draw your last breath.
Advance. I'm ready for you.
Did I miss the waypoint? Oh.
Better this way.
Bah! Another pig without a pen!
Okay.
Draw your last breath.
Be careful.
Good to see. It's about. Tell me something.
Good to see these out. I've been my
Okay, so now So I think the rings need to get... I need to get better resist rings. Pretty good, actually. More than, well, 30-ish resistances to each. Some life, some... That one's pretty good. Okay, so now, where are my resists at? Pretty even, and I need at least 35 to all. This is only 5 to all. But also gives me a whole bunch of other... Oh, no, I didn't mean to do that. I'm in the wrong stash. Okay, let's look at what I got for amulets. So this will add some to lightning, but that's it. It has no suffixes. This one has a suffix, so I can move it around, and has physical damage to attacks. A lot of damage to attacks. And physical attack damage leeches life, but that's... I don't think that's that big of a deal. So hello, I need 26 more decks. I don't actually need anything but decks. So this one... No, it doesn't even add decks. Now let's identify this ring. Lightning damage. Cold damage. Fire damage. Physical damage to attacks. Oh, it's too high a level. Okay, so that is enough. And I can craft onto it. Did I turn everything in? I think I turned everything in.
Talamoana, Exile.
Good luck to ya.
Okay, so now let's look at rings again. So I need a little bit of all, but mainly cold. It's a maybe. Yeah, I think that's the one that's gonna do it. Yeah, so my resists are all capped. So now I'm gonna go back to my dump tab and find one with movement speed. No, I'm not even using dash, so I don't care that that's not gonna work. Alright. 129 maximum life. Okay, look at my resist again. Still overcapped, but I need fire and cold to remain overcapped after um okay.
Death waits with open arms. Heard
Infamous
Dark
Wither
Council.
Touch. What
Don't
do you
know
got?
this won't
I
ever
don't
feel.
care about your ring. Okay.
it's death you want. Billowing death. Trodden code says I give it up. Doesn't mean I have to like it.
You sure you want to do this?
Hmm. Yeah, encoding's overloaded again. Yeah. Encoder overloaded. Might be better now.
Break beneath me.
Looking on the stuff on the ground. What are you guys doing here? Oh, it's a... Yeah, don't care.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Your skin. I shall wear it.
You sure you want to do this?
Mike?
Kalakora.
The name.
you. No, you've been gone. You can.
Oh,
You did it!
have you ever heard?
Take care.
That you have done the matter. Farewell.
Well, it.
Draw your last breath!
You must be.
Oh,
You killed.
Yeah, I wonder if I just do a... Adds a bunch of physical damage to this weapon. And we'll quality it. Let's look at the 200 axes again. Okay, so this is 44,000. This is 40,000. So this is better than the unique. And we'll put 14% increased attack speed. Yeah, much better.
You don't stand a chance. Reinrot, dead ahead.
Oh.
Alone. Draw your last breath.
My love.
Not
and see how we.
Another pig without a pen.
Oh, pick it up. Oh, man. How many times do I have to click on something?
Something. At last.
It's time for my wife's favorite line. Ready for my wife's favorite line?
You're questioning me, the great sea mistress Lily Roth, about how she so happened to find you failing at drowning on some godforsaken fleshy piece of land.
There you go.
Oh, I suppose you'll be wanting us to ferry you over to Orient. Ready to go? Just in time. Well,
See, here our ways divide.
You there! Exile! I am in need of your services once more. Help me!
Deal and introductions. Just
I will unmake you.
flesh begs to be studied.
Oh! It is good. Farewell.
If innocence blesses you.
The Prodanin is now that you have for freedom.
Aw. I normally would go right to Esperance Plaza here, but I am so close to leveling, and if I level, I get to bring a higher level minion with me. So I'm gonna do that. And might as well just do this while I'm trying. Really? Didn't give me enough XP to level? There we go.
You return.
Just gonna do this. Scour it. I only have 6 memory strands, but 6 memory strands is more than 0 memory strands, and I can do. Nope. Okay.
Feast your eyes.
Shall we continue?
I wish this glowed better. Because I don't know. Oh, Dreamer is right there. Okay. So Dreamer being on the minion doesn't actually affect me, which I didn't expect it to. Get a 6 link. Only 1.5. But I would be looking for. That considered a movement skill? Oh, jeez. This is. I need more dex for Flicker Strike. It is a movement skill. Okay. Okay, so this item has 145 dex requirement. Six. I want 5, 1. Calculate. It would cost 8,000 chromatics to get on average. The other thing would be to look for ones that have some number of white sockets, maybe 3 white sockets. No, see, I don't care about. I'm just going to get rid of all of these. 2 divines have 3 white sockets. Two and 3 of these. One and 4 of these. I think 2 divine with 3 white sockets and a red socket. I only show. Yeah, maybe that would be good. Okay.
The goddess is watching.
No, actually, before I do this, I want to buy. Before I do that, I want to get into PoE.ninja, and I want to look at what are valuable skill gems. Type transfigured. Summon holy relic. Oh, that's at 21. Okay, so level 1, quality 0. Firestorm of pelting or Donate Debt of scavenging. Forbidden Rite of soul sacrifice. Frostblink of Wintering Blast. So it looks like if I grab a blue one, a Firestorm, I can try for Firestorm of pelting, or I can do just blue. So what I'm going to do, go to my hideout again. I'm going to buy Firestorm. And I'm going to go now to Asper's Plaza. Because now if I make it to the end and I get the rare thing, I'm going to try it on whatever. Is there... There is a Flicker Strike of Power. The Flicker Strike... 10% increase attack speed per frenzy charge, gain a frenzy charge and hit, movement speed. Chance to gain power charge, critical strike chance per power charge. So it's a completely different type of gem. But yeah, Firestorm of Pelting is the one.
The goddess is watching.
Is the one to go for apparently currently. Oh, I gotta get the golden key.
There's a golden key. There must be a golden door. Let the day dawn, golden with possibility.
You know what? I need to... I'm gonna have a third life flask. I'm going to...
It is the sovereign who empowers the scepter, not the other way round. Claw your way to the top. You were born for this. Sweep the trappings of past emperors aside. Make your empire anew.
Okay, so... Dark Shrine. It's either going to be... So that's the silver key. So then it's going to be up this way instead. Ooh. Get a phone call. 1 minute. Alright, I'm back.
The pursuit of power can be a grotesque affair. When the time comes to strike, an emperor strikes without hesitation. When one defiles the effigy, one defiles the emperor. You are relentless. You are inexhaustible. Those who stand should never outnumber those who kneel.
So dark shrine somewhere here. Really want just traps are disabled. That would be my ideal. But no. No. I don't know why I keep getting like stuck.
The pursuit of power can be a grotesque affair.
Traps are disabled, yes, okay. So now I just need to get through. I don't want to go through the traps.
An aspirant can afford to be promising. An emperor, you must navigate your empire through troubled waters. No two battles are alike. Triumphant at last.
Okay. Okay, same color. Raise zombie of falling. Summon skeletal mages. Summon skeletons of mages. And lightning tendrils of electricity. I don't think any of those. Mages is 15 chaos, I guess. Falling, that's only 3 chaos. And lightning tendrils of eccentricity is 2.4. So, summon skeletons of mages, it is. Okay, so supposedly now. So I need to put Dex on something. Can I wear now the body armor? No, so it's 145, so I still need more Dex. How much? I'm missing 21 dexterity. So if I hit here, going to the right will get me dexterity. Let's look at, actually, Flicker Swap. So I take out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I can put this in. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11. Okay, so if I took that off, I don't have enough dexterity. For Flicker Strike. But if I look at my amulets again, that amulet is enough. Okay, and then if I look at here, no, not here. That is also 98%. Is it still out there? Yeah, 2 divine. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can get convert currency exchange. I want. Well, let's see what all I have. I have 135. How much? If I want a divine, and I have chaos. I only want 1. So 169. So I need 34 more chaos. So let's see. Do I have anything in the fragment tab? These ones are worth 5 apiece, apparently. These ones are also worth 5 apiece. These ones are worth 6 apiece. 5.
What have you got for me?
Okay. Currency exchange. Okay. Okay. I now have 2 divines. Okay. So now it is this multi-strike, brutality, melee physical damage. No, what is it? Yeah, close combat. So now this can be Flicker Strike.
What have you?
Let's try putting this there. All right. So now that I'm in the yellow maps loadout. Okay, so now I need to respec. Okay. So this is supposed to be 5. Okay, so this stuff is melee damage, melee damage, melee damage, surrounding targets. I like those. Okay, so now I'm gonna go back here. That seems to be working.
never wear chains again, Kenton or otherwise.
Watch and learn.
I fear.
Bannon was. Remember.
Go.
Hello.
Yeah, and I want to have that one and that one.
Bone and
This is how it's done.
I gave up the glove. Give up on God. You should make your choice. We'll both be on salvation, Exile. Your end comes. Oh, fine, it's yours. I never liked it anyway.
gems and I'll make sure. Get on with it. Time to bag me a kill. Let's make a mess. Code, innit? Loser pays up.
I don't know how this fight's gonna go.
I shall strike you down.
Especially since I'm not capped on resist anymore. Going just fine.
May a new dawn arise.
Yay!
It's over.
By the light.
Innocence.
Now that a somber day. Good tidings to you.
Okay, I'm gonna do one map. I think I'm gonna try doing like a tier 5 map. Immediately, this is a very smooth. Just beat the. Why sometimes does it not go? Oh, it's got cooldown. I see.
Not your finest hour.
The cooldown's getting me killed.
Make a call.
End of the line! Shattered bones! Take your trinket then. My freedom's worth more.
Not your finest hour.
I don't know what killed me there. Probably a crit. And I haven't even made sure that I'm using all the right skills. Alright, I'm not going to try to fight the guy again. But, yep, that's what I'm going to call it for the night. I'll be back on tomorrow. Seems like everything went pretty good. Changed the setting on YouTube, and that seems to be working a lot better. So I'm going to keep that. And see everyone tomorrow. Have a good